According to the Wall Street Journal, Iran paramilitary helps Houthi rebels attack ships in the Red Sea, according to sources. We have posted the full Wall Street Journal piece on the feed for all those interested.
Yo, morning guys. This is your first real pivot into ES ADR here and our supply on NQ, as well as your first real test of the liquidation pivot, right? Like this is where things got pretty messy on off of the sell-off. So we want to be careful here. There's definitely more room if price wants to keep pushing. But here, let me put a profile on. Sorry, my allergies are really bad today, so if I sound different, it's because of that. So this is our retest of this node here. And then we have another node above us at like 2250. But I'd like to see a retest of this like 15 to 1750 area, and that'll let you know if this is supportive or not. Your most bullish bounce and bid for buyers would be 1750, 1750 here off of this node. But we can see a larger pullback to fix some of this poor structure that we just created, just back into this node. But if not, I'm going to be looking for a push up into 2250, and that'll be your real celery offer. So that's about it. We have a pivot below us where we're looking for price to actually either push below like 809 and then reoffer there, right below this node, or we're looking for price to hold above this node, and that should lead to direction. We don't really have much structure, but we do have a node below and a node above, right? So we can play off of that and then look for either a repair and a pushback down to the lows, down into like 798, or a push and new highs. So just keep that in mind. Yes, I am streaming. I will post the link, I guess. Sorry, I assumed. Should never assume. I'm not doing anything fancy here. There's a node below. We either retest and we bounce, or we reject and we push below, and then that's that. This isn't rocket science.
Barclays now expects the Bank of England to deliver its first rate cut of 25 basis points in May 2024 versus April 2024 estimated previously.
So again, like there's not really much. You're either going to get a lift here. I hate when everything is. We should see some sort of supply here at this 2250 area on a push into it, but not much. But like that's where you should be expecting it.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we get the University of Michigan sentiment final data for December. The forecast is 69.4 on the prior 69.4, with a range of 71.5 to 68. We also get the US new home sales units for the month of November. Forecast 0.69 million on the prior 0.679 million, with a range of 0.72 to 0.65 million expected. For the University of Michigan breakdown, they give their 1-year inflation expectations, forecast at 3.1% from the prior 3.1%. The 5-year inflation expectations, forecast 2.8% on the prior 2.8%. The conditions final, which is forecast at 74.6 on the prior 74. The expectations final, which is forecast at 67.5 on the prior 66.4. And we also get the US new home sales change month over month, forecast at 1.6% from the prior minus 5.6%. It's been 5 minutes time now. At the top of the hour, we get the University of Michigan Sentiment December final read. Forecast 69.4 on the prior 69.4 with a range of 71.5 to 68 expected. Also get the University of Michigan's 1-year inflation expectations final. Forecast 3.1% on the prior 3.1% and the 5-year inflation final. Forecast at 2.8% on the prior 2.8%. Keep in mind as well, we get the US new home sales units for the month of November, forecast at 0.69 million on the prior 0.679 million, with a range of 0.72 million to 0.65 million. One minute remaining. I'll be leading with the University of Michigan Sentiment final.
So your first risk off here, just in case Russell bounces on a retest of ADR. But all we did was come up and retest our seller, right? We fully retraced that structure that we sold off on. So you need to see a push below 17s on ES, and then find acceptance on a reoffer, right? You're just looking for a push below, rejection, continuation, push down to opening range mid, or this will be our pivot where we hold. Russell is now at our FEG. You're expecting this to give at least a little bit of a bounce at this 62.1 to 59.9 area for a pushback up to retest. I don't know if we get more or
10
not.
seconds.
We have news coming out in 10 seconds. So again, it's your first risk off if you sold into 2250 or a pushback on any sort of weakness.
69.7, 69.7, higher than forecast 69.4. New home sales units at 0.59 million, 0.59 million, lower than forecast 0.69 million. The University of Michigan's 5-year inflation final 2.9%, 2.9%, that is higher than forecast 2.8%, with the 1-year inflation final at 3.1%, 3.1% as expected. Expectations final 67.4, 67.4, that is lower than the forecast 67.5. Conditions final at 73.3, 73.3. That's lower than forecast 74.6. The change in US new home sales at minus 12.2%. It's minus 12.2%, lower than forecast at 1.6%.
There's your RTY and ADR. That's the 59.9 area that we were looking for. So you need to see if buyers will step in. Again, there's no buy until the Russell finds a low. Same with NQ. We're looking at these areas as potential points where that could happen, right? But just understand that that was a retest of our seller up at the highs, and so this can be the start of the low, like the push down. I have no clue. All I know is the edge, which is what we played. Where we go, up to the people who are pushing it down. I think that this 11.75 is a good area to look for, but that's just a line on my chart. My allergies are so bad today. Do not know what's going on. Barely talk. I have one left here. We look for a reoffer here into 17s. We look for the Russell to reject at this 62.2. And if we wanted to get lower than this, right? We want to see like a hold here, push below, and then pop down. Or this is just going to fully retrace. So you really want to see that 62.1 here reject. And we hold the FEG high as resistance. Pivot.
So seeing a correction from the newswires now regarding the Barclays Bank of England expectations. So Barclays now expects the Bank of England to deliver its first rate cut of 25 basis points in May of 2024 versus August of 2024 estimated previously. And that was not April, as was previously reported.
I might need to run to the store and get some like Zyrtec or something. I don't know what's going on. I'm dying. This might be it for me. Nah, it's allergies. It's not sickness. It's allergies. I need an EpiPen, not a bag of leaves. Worry. Oh, God. There's going to be a lot of muting today while I blow my nose. So just sorry in advance. Hopefully I remember to unmute. Ugh. Not sure what that's about. Oof.
Biden says work on inflation is far from finished.
Yeah, not bad. See if we get continuation or not. Need the Russell under that 58.3 and then reoffer on retest, or this will just chop here. Varg, I put so much work in last night. Oh my god. I think I formed four times last night? 5 times last night? This is my build right now. uh, yeah, I'll probably change that out for Cunning Drift instead, but we'll see. That Power Drift was from when I played the game before. It's still decent though, but I'd rather have the range than the 15% more power. Cutting, it gives you 15% more slide, and then 15% more range, or 7% more slide, 15% more range, and something else. But I think the range is better. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, strength is nice, but it just depends if you are what kind of mission you're doing. Like if you're doing like the higher level steals, I think that strength is probably more important. Strength and duration over range, but like if you're just doing like the Hydra and stuff, then I think range and duration is more important, just to get the debuffs off. Yeah. Mm. I probably don't do much more to that one until I get Nidus Prime. I don't want to waste any more Formas if I don't need it. I think I have like 6 left from before, which should be fine. Should be enough. Yeah, it's like a daily cooldown, basically, right? So 1 a day. This is where you're looking for a seller to reoffer here on the Russell. It's 59.9, basically just below ADR now, and we need to see a push down. Same with the 17 pivot on ES. NQ oscillating sideways, so not much to talk about there. We need to see a push below day open. But you really want to see a seller step in here relatively soon. I still just have my one runner. Oh my god, why are my sinuses going crazy? Maybe it's my body reacting because I don't want to go to Christmas dinner with my extended family tomorrow. No? It's preemptively getting me sick so that I don't have to go. A 5-gallon bucket. What's inside of it? With my ex? No. My family. Extended family. Like cousins and all that. I mean, it brings me about the same amount of happiness as having Christmas dinner with my ex, you know? But, yeah, no. Is Liam gonna be there? No, he's working. Man got out of it. You can catch him at Starbucks making your order. Polsky, was that part of a bigger point? I'm confused. Say you have one-on-ones for TFC? Are you saying that's like an excuse not to go? Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, no, they don't care. They'd be like, that's not an excuse. It's your opening range mid test. Russell, need to see a look below and push down. It's interesting because NQ is still holding. We need to see it below Globex high for me to really consider that this is going to get any sort of like real continuation. And if it's hard to see on the chart, Globex high is here at this 14. So we need to see a push below. You don't want to see like a slow grind up on tech as the Russell and ES try to fall, but like NQ is just kind of like oscillating, right? So I want to see that kind of get with the program here, or I'm not a huge fan. The reason why I say that is because we now have another pivot that we have to be careful for when we retest at this low to see if price is going to react on ESRTY, right? This can lead to a bottoming if we're seeing these higher lows, this strength. So we have to watch as price comes back down into here. And until we get below, we have to continue to respect this level as a potential pivot for price to push off of, with a buyer being present and willing to buy higher and higher and higher. So I really need to see this look below for that continuation for our short to like really gain any sort of ground. This is the problem with not shorting the Russell itself, but shorting ES and then watching both, right? I could have just shorted the Russell and been fine, but now I have to make sure that NQ starts to show weakness if I want like the larger move on ES as well. Yeah, no, that's kind of where I'm at as well. I think that the Russell could push down to VWAP, but I don't like that NQ is holding, so I think that there's definitely room for a pop. Reason I'm still in a short is because I'm in at the high, so there's no risk.
So we're looking now to the Fear and Greed Index, 78 out of 100, which indicates extreme greed. Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 74 out of 100, indicating greed. We're keeping an eye on the VIX as well. It's currently around 13.76.
But yeah, no, I'm totally with you. I personally would like Russell to do a full retrace down this imbalance back down to Globex high before we took like a real long. But I'm perfectly fine closing my short position and buying if we push back over 62.1 and then show that it's supportive. So like ideally we come down to here, right? And then we pop. But if need be, right, like if we do recover this pivot and we show that is a bounce point, I will be more than happy to long. And again, like with NQ diverging, it's one of those things where you have to be very careful. Because, shit, how do I... Let me full screen this. Just so everyone else can see what we're talking about. We basically have this node here that we're just rotating around, but we have a huge structure fill below us, which is what I'm looking for, down to 50s. But if we do find acceptance back above this node, then we should be looking for a rotation back up to the highs of this node. So I'm basically just watching this as our pivot, and I'm looking for acceptance either on a push above or looking for acceptance on a push below for the structure fill back down to Globex high. Does that make more sense if I put it into context like this? So we're watching that FEG high, the 61.3 is kind of our line in the sand above us, the pivot. And then we're watching basically just this edge here at the opening range mid for a push below, a hold, and then we're looking for a fill back down to fill this. There's the Russell, oh sorry, there's NQ testing the low of our oscillation again. So you really need to see a lower high be put in here for me to be happy about this. Or this again is just going to continue to show as our like potential bounce point, which is what just happened. So we need to see that lower high and that seller really start to show that they're getting with the program with on ES and the Russell. Okay. I had to mute again. Sorry. But yeah, there's really not much here. Really, you're looking to see if sellers will hold us below this like 17 level, where we saw the POC shift, just right now, right here, this blue box that we have drawn. We're looking for acceptance below this, and then we're looking for price to basically lead down first into R12, and then retest R8, basically. Which is, these aren't new levels, right? Like this is levels that we've worked with for quite some time. But that's kind of the drive, is this is your first target, and then we're looking for a real test into this 758 area. But all you're looking for here, if we do get above 17s, is a push back up to this 2475, right? Like that's it. This 2250 to 2475. Ideally, this pushes down. That would be lovely. But if it doesn't, we aren't taking another trade until we see acceptance over this, as we have drawn for a push out. Does the Russell triple bottom? Here's your reoffer, your retest Globex high on NQ. Again, this is really where I'd like to see a seller step in to try to push price down if it was going to. Right, now that we see the POC shift, this is ideal if it was going to do it. A pushback above, not great. right? We don't want to see this. All we're doing is oscillating between this POC shift at 1702 and this one at 15s. They just move this down. That market like so. Yeah, that's good. Do not want a break of the lower highs. This thing just is going to bounce forever. Like, that may have been enough juice, actually. You're looking for a really strong rebid here on the Russell. If it doesn't reject, and then we're able to hold ADR now, then we go up. Yeah. All you're looking for now is for price to be able to build right here for that pushing continuation up. Any sort of flagging that happens here, either a look above 62.1 and then a hold, or a push back down into this 59.9, right? Just a flag here. Either one, very bullish with the delta bottoming and with that triple bottom and NQ bouncing aggressively and breaking those lower highs. So now you're just looking to see if price is willing to now rebid up here on this test. If it does, then I think that we completely have the potential to retrace the move. We didn't see what we wanted to see, right? It is what it is. They held the lows. Jesus. Can't breathe. Morning, Adam. Let's see if they are willing to try to push this up. This is where I'd want them to do it. US opening range high, the 17 to like 19, basically. And the Russell at the 62. You don't want to see a loss of momentum here. We want to see buyers like actually try. This is basically my thought process here. Right, we have a node. We're currently holding the high. Let me duplicate this. Like, we don't know where we're going yet. But what we do see is that we have this node, and that we found acceptance back into this distribution, right here at this 805 to 808. That then resulted in a push up to the highs. We're now testing to see if we can hold here, right, from the mid to the high of this distribution. And so we really care about this 12 area, right? We want to see if this can hold the mid, or we'll do a full oscillation back down to this like 808 to 810. And then from there, we don't know if this is going to bounce again, and we're just going to continue to oscillate, right? That's the problem, is that we don't know if we're now just balanced in this node. But what we are waiting for is, do we find acceptance at the mid to high for a push out? Or do we need to continue to just retest value low and value high at this? Or do we push below out of value and then push down into this node below us, right? Those are the three scenarios. And so until we see that bearishness below this point and not just buyers willing to hold here, I don't really have much to go off of other than looking for a flag, right, and then a push down, unless I'm shorting from that 21, 22 area above, right, that edge. Because we know that there are sellers here at this edge, but we also know that there are buyers here. So this is your current range. And until we either get above this or stop showing buyers at the mid, where we are now, I need to be risking off accordingly and putting risk on accordingly, right? Like I just, it is what it is. Until we see what we're like, the narrative that I've just described play out, or something else happen where we're not doing any of the three that I just mentioned. Like there's not much to go off of here. So like this is your bear path. This is your bull path. This is your neutral path. Right? You're either looking for acceptance at the highs, acceptance at the lows, or chop in between. Are we all following that logic? And then like why we'd be looking for this node below, right? Like it's not crazy, but this is it. Okay. And like that Russell that NQ pivot is still holding.
According to sources, Russia plans to cut oil exports from its seaports by 100 to 200,000 barrels a day in January. Again, according to sources cited by the Newswires.
According to sources. Wonder what would happen if I put the same logic of the stacked signals on delta candles. I need to test that. For the green and red signals. I don't know if there's enough data. Okay, here, I cleaned it up. There's your range. Here, let me post it here as well. There you go.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Canadian budget balance prior minus 3.88 billion.
Alright, sorry, I'm back. Now that this imbalance is cleared, do we wait for a break above? Yeah, the balance isn't cleared at all. We have to find acceptance at the high of the imbalance. Or it's still the same. It's still supply. You've got an imbalance below that we can fill, but until we push above and hold, there is nothing. This is still just supply is supply. We just don't know if it's going to result in a larger move or if we're just going to build here. Yeah, which is what I have, right? Like that's we're here until we're not. All I can give you are the edges, right? This is why we're only confident for edge plays. Everything else, I don't have a crystal ball, right? Like we have to watch how buyers position themselves as we push away from those edges to let us know. But like other than that, we just watch like how delta builds, right? How people position intraday in the zone that we care about. But like I can tell you where like historical supply is. I can tell you where we should be looking for rejections or for value to be found, right? But anything on that is just like risking off or risking on from those edges. And now we're just right at the mid of this distribution. Like there's really not much here.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get Canadian budget balance, prior minus 3.88 billion. US oil futures turn negative after rising by $1 a barrel earlier in the session.
This doesn't really work on the smaller time frames, huh? I'll just keep it on the 15. Annoying. So this is just now back down to value low, right? So you're looking for bids to step in here at this 808 to 810 if they were going to. You're looking for acceptance below it, and then this to become resistance for a push down to fixed structure. Until then, this is the bottom of your range. So again, for the value shift to make sense in this nut to show as the low, we need to see acceptance below this for a push down into here. From a look above.
One minute remaining.
And you got... I mean, I understand. Yep. I would recommend risking off one of those into the FEG fill, though, at 808. Until you see that push below.
10
It's,
seconds.
expecting another, like, 10 to 15 points. And VWAP and Globex high not to have a reaction
minus
is
6.96 billion, minus 6.96 billion.
yeah. So now watch to see if buyers step in here and push back, or if we get the reoffer. This is your fill that we were looking for, the Globex high for RTY. There's your bounce from our Globex high retest on the Russell. Look to see if sellers step in to hold this 808 to 810 on ES, or if we can reclaim and then get back into the same balance. The Russell bottoms, price probably most likely bottoms as well. So just pay attention. You need the Russell back above VWAP at this 53.9, and you need to see price be able to push above like we have here for long confidence. You need to see a push above, hold, bid off, and then continuation up. On this look below, you now have to be worried that a seller is willing to position here at VWAP and Globex high. And so we need to really see them get taken out and then put off sides, and then recovery of this level for a pop-up. Russell bottoming and our pivots are always going to be our best bet for positions. If we can find areas where NQ and the Russell both are coming down into, off of a larger move down into back into value, we always want to be watching for those as our like areas of interest. Guys, if you haven't backtested an indicator and you have no clue what you're doing with it, then it's not worth being on your chart. Like you're just making shit up, you know? So go back and backtest and watch how reactions and reversals and bottoms look. And until you've done that, you're creating false false sense of confidence in whatever you're looking at. So if you don't know why something's happening or the usefulness of it or any of the above, right, all you're going to be doing is taking bad trades based off of a fiction that you've made up in your head of how something works. So do research. Don't put real money on the line on something that you just discovered. Well, I understand that, but this isn't where you ask. You don't do that in a live session, right? It's fine to ask questions about it, but not to use it yourself. Doesn't make any sense. You're actually having money on the line. Especially when we've had, like, multiple classes going over it. So far, sellers stepping in that 808 to 810, pushing price down. Need to see what happens here at this double bottom. If the Russell is able to hold a higher low, and Delta as well is able to hold this higher low, it might be worth considering that this might be a basing that starts to form, and you want to be risking off until we see that push below. No confirmation as of yet. I don't know why 10 isn't labeled on this. I will forever risk off into this low on these retests, especially if I see Delta kind of like basing out as well, or a higher low being put in. Until we see the push below that, it's just like we don't know if positionally, like if people are going to hold this low. So like I'm always going to risk off and just wait for acceptance below it. It's just too risky. Especially if you're willing to buy off of, look for like the offer at that 10 to 8, then we like know exactly what we're watching for. And now we're looking for this to be able to hold down a lower position again for a push down. If not, then we look for a recovery of this level and then the bid above and then continuation off. Same with like RTY on VWAP. We're just looking for acceptance above. I'm gonna take like a 20-minute break when Mario gets on to go to the store and grab some like Zyrtec. I am miserable. I'll leave charts up, of course, but I don't know if it really matters. But I need some allergy medicine. I just need allergy meds. That's it. My sinuses are scuffed. I don't know what caused it. That's the issue. I had a banana this morning. Surely I'm not allergic to bananas. You said take heroin or do a sinus rinse. I love looking at chat for recommendations of what I should do. It's crazy that none of you have said to just try taking allergy medicine when I said it's my allergies. That's why you're actually my doctor, Varg. With mint. What do I do with it afterwards, Flex? Oh, of course. Wait, Varg, if you're gonna buy, you should look at player auctions actually instead, unless you have the 75% off coupon. I was just thinking about that it doesn't make sense to buy through Warframe directly. Yeah. You can probably get it at like that 75 to 80% off discount. I mean, I'd have to do the math, but it would only make sense that that'd be what they are charging. I DM'd you. The delivery times on here are horrendous. What's up with that? They're usually like 20 minutes at most. I've never seen like the 12 hours, 24 hours. Yeah, that's good. But player auctions is good. You can dispute anything and you won't get ripped off. I used to boost through them. They're a good service. So if this is your first real risk off back to the mid of this distribution, and where we're looking for our seller reoffer up at this 1250 to 1375 area, right? Just can we find acceptance back above here and then hold for continuation back up to the high of the range? Or will they reject us here where we were seeing our previous buyers, right? Like that's the only play here now at the middle of the range. Do they reject us here? What you're looking for continuation would be a push above this, and then kind of a flag to form here, acceptance, and buyers to be able to reclaim where they were trying to buy previously, right? Where this liquidity is at that 1375. We want to see that low basically on retest hold. So we'll see a look above, and then we want to see these wick lows basically become supportive on a retest into that area for a continuation up to the highs again. If that can happen, that gives you your full rotation. If this fails to hold and we fail to find these buyers again, right, on a retest, then we'll probably be looking for a rotation back down. So it's just a good first risk off until we see that confirmation. And once we do, then we can look for a push up into that value high. I don't know if I can lower this time frame without everything getting scuffed, because I drew this on a 15 for structure. Maybe a 5. Yeah, that'll work. But do we see why this area matters? And why we want to risk off into that area until we show above and then hold, right? Like this is just clearly where sellers would be trying from a previous close from buys, right? Like this is where it's the shift of value, right? This is where buyer value was, and now we're expecting on a push below. We want to see if sellers are now willing to hold that on the offer, right? It's just a simple S becomes R, right? Support becomes resistance. But you can then watch it on the DOM to see if it gets defended pretty easily. And like structurally, you can watch as well that like you can see like we had an imbalance fill there. So like that's where we saw price get pushed through the spread, and we saw an aggressive like market selling down. And now we've filled that imbalance, and we just pushed right up into that, and then we just are looking for that reoffer now off of that fill for that seller to basically reposition themselves again, or to add to that position off of that aggressive sell down. So until we can make that support, you don't really have much there. Yeah. Right, so there are like multiple ways to look at it, and like if you wanted to, just off of your volume profile itself, you can see that that's where we're going to hit our head. We filled the LVN, right, from that imbalance push down. That created a structural gap, and then we expect to hit our head back up on top of this gap until that push above. And now I don't know where we go. Ideally, we hold here, right, at this 10 to 8. But if we push below it, right, this is the path that we drew. We want to see a look below that area. I show that this buyer isn't present anymore, and then this flips offer, and then that leads to continuation down. Until then, this is just the bottom of our range. What we just did was what we just did is we have, let's say, let's call this value high and value low. And let's call this POC. So what price just did is we saw a look below value, a look above value, a hold, a retest, a POC, a rejection, and now a push back down. Now we need to see if from this position, do we look for acceptance, right? Do we start to build lower highs and fail to push? Do we then get a push down, a retest, and that leads to downside? Or do we rotate and then look for a push back up? And then do we need from there, does that just continue to rotate within value? Or are we able to break above and then push off? So this POC level becomes incredibly important to determine, is this seller still in control? And are they still creating those lower highs, right? And off of a break of where these buyers are positioning themselves, these most recent buyers, right, on the retest and pushback into value, if we lose them and retest on a reoffer, that will lead to a much more drastic move down, right? That's the loss of these buyers will be very important. But right now, all we're doing is oscillating in between value low and POC of this pivot, right? Like of this distribution. So we need to find out if we can find acceptance above this area or acceptance below this area. Until then, you risk off into these 2 points, depending on which side you're on, right? And then our next risk off, no matter what, is into the value high. Because we don't know if we're going to just fully oscillate and then push back down, or if we're going to be able to push above. Everyone following along? I'm sorry if I moved too quickly. These aren't like new concepts. Okay, sweet. And I'm basically calling this like 1375 to 1250 area as our mid, right? Like that's where we see the shift. And so if I go down like a smaller time frame, you got to take both sides into consideration here. Come on, do the thing. Yeah, do you see? So like this becomes where our shift is. We need to see that acceptance back above here, or this will be continuous. We will continue to hit our head at this level. I can probably raise this, but I like this level on the smaller time frames. But you can see it, like the exact thing I was just talking about. Like on these failures, we get a full rotation back down, but on a push above, we then get a full rotation back up. So like this level becomes very important for that acceptance. I personally have 2 contracts left. I just will risk off into this and then I move stops up. Yeah, it's just VWAP and opening range low, right? So expect bounces there, and until we get back over 14s, there's not much. This is your range. Globex high at 1425. Morning, Izzy. Yeah, I should have bought some, man. No, I'm out. As soon as Mario gets on, though, I'm just gonna run over to the store. It's fine. Be like 5 minutes. I feel like it's very easy to see what exactly we're talking about here. Do we see the failure at the highs in this node, and then the failure at the lows to push below, and then we see the rebid, right, on the edge, and then the push back up? Yeah. Yeah, I'm on ES today. This is, again, I don't know if you're watching stream, but that's what I have left. And this 1450 is your reoffer. On RTY, your pivot's this 62.1, and on NQ, your pivot's this 1425, right? Like, this is just, it is what it is. We got to find acceptance back above Globex high on NQ. We need to see us over the 62.1 on the Russell. Allergies. I don't know what it is. I ate breakfast for the first time in like 2 months, and it bodied me. Debuffed by banana. I don't know what's going on. But like my eyes are watering, my throat's clogged, sinuses are scuffed. Like I just, I don't know. I was fine before that too. I don't know. It's fun. I appreciate it though. I don't know why I can't enter at the bottom like that, man. Your risk is much higher. It's a weird mental. I don't know what it is. It's a roadblock that you definitely have to get over though, because like people think that their risk is better waiting, but like if you're willing, like if you're playing right at your invalidation, right at the low value, right, like right at your structural lows and highs, like your risk is probably the best. But if you try to go for like the higher low play, like sure, it's fine waiting for that, but you also are skewing your risk. Surely that will help. We need bold. Get the old 4. That's a huge line. Surely it has more importance if I embolden it, you know? Actually, let's just label this as seller reoffer because that's what it is. I mean, there's nothing, okay, like, again, it only makes sense if you're looking at this as, like, mean reversion. We hit VWAP, we found it as a supportive bid. Where's value? Where are we going up towards? Well, our opening range mid, our developing POC shift, all of that happens right here at this 1425. Expecting price to drift back up here just makes sense. And now we're just looking for a higher low. And all you need to see is acceptance back over this 03 for a push back up, and then look for again at the highs. Until then, like, that's the move, right? Like, that's it. We saw buyers here twice before. We saw VWAP shift up here. It's your opening range low. Now you need to either see acceptance back above for a push, or acceptance below for continuation down. But just like that shift and that as your risk off just makes complete sense if you actually like take a step back. Be right back. And notice like what I'm saying is risk off, right? Because like I'm usually in from the other side of the edge, right? I'm from the other end. But like if you're looking to short there, it's going to be really hard for you to put on initial size directly at that level. So like you can try, right? You can put on 1, you can have a limit there, do whatever you want. But 90% of the time, they give you a secondary opportunity. Do we see on NQ off of that level how we made that lower high on the reoffer? So what do you do now if you've found a level that you want to have as your short, where we're looking for shorts to be positioned? You can now have this as your invalidation even, and then play off of this guy, right? So we are now looking for our re-entry here and then a push down. So you can play with your stop now at that high and look for a buy, or sorry, for the offer to basically shift lower and then play that rejection and continuation down, right? So even if you didn't get in at the edge, you did notice it. You were aware of it. Now you're watching on the DOM to see if that participant is willing to push price down. Because if they aren't, regardless, right, you don't want to be in that position because we could go either direction. You want to see that lower high there and then the continuation down for your plan to be valid regardless. So either you get stopped out right back at the highs and then we look for a reversal potentially for a push back up, right, where price pops and then holds. But like what we're looking for here with your narrative is that this is resistance. So we should be expecting a lower high. We should be expecting that seller to push price down. And so there's no reason not to play off of that if that's your narrative. You feel me? Like there's just not. You just put your risk at the high there. You don't say, oh, I missed it. It sucks. Now I have to watch this move down 100 points. That was it. No. Because what are we doing? We're waiting for someone with initiative to position themselves, and then we trade with them. All right, sorry. Little rant. And like if we go back to our higher time frame chart, like we don't have direction yet. All we know is this edge and this edge, right? We know that this is bearish in the sense of structurally where we rejected, but until we look below and then this becomes our offer, right? Like this is our next leg. So we have to just respect that this is kind of our oscillation as of right now for scalping. And until we get that look below and hold, there's not a ton here. And so we want to be risking off in this low or putting risk on if we're expecting chop. But we should have a slight bearish bias because of the lower high rejection and the failure to get back over. But we should understand that like if you're short from here, you need to be risking off into this zone until proven otherwise. Until we see someone who's willing to make this no longer a buying level and looking for this to becoming seller value. So we just saw the shift of seller value from here to here. We're now looking for a shift of seller value to below this level on a retest and then showing that they are willing to push us even further down. Because if we do see this shift, it fully makes sense to come down and fully to like try the structure repair or come down to previous value down at this node here. If they do make this resistance. Remember the logic. This is for the next pop. This is where we are right now. Just chopping from POC to value low.
White House economic advisor Brainard says growth in real wages is helping to offset inflation, and also adds that we're monitoring Red Sea disruptions closely.
Jesus. What time is it? 11:46. AI just won an award for a sci-fi novel. The AI ended up generating his entire book, which then took out a National Science Fiction Award honor. Yeah, I can look at the video for you. Give me 1 sec. Uh, and it looks like we'll probably come down. I don't know if it'll be a clean ride, but this rejection of this node, just like we saw on ESNQ, and the Russell, right, it's going to be really rough. But you needed to get over this 492.05, and then you need to see this become accepted, like buy side support. This is where we were positioned last time. So what this line represents, and let me just highlight like this. This is where all of our buyers were basically located on this push up. So now we have all of these buyers basically off sides. So until this becomes acceptance, right, from buy side on a push above, you now have all of these people off sides, which causes like this huge liquidation down, right? Which is what happened. Now we need to battle with that level, which has created this node, and we need to see a push above this, or we're going to continue to hit our head on it. So we have a node below us here at this 86, and we can look at the edges here at 87.45. Our edge here at 85. So this is like where your true support is. And we can look for a pullback by here. If it was going to hold. Or you're looking for a full shift down. I would say you're looking for the buyers here to try to step in. Sorry, that was probably... I don't know what kind of time frame you're looking at, but this is your last line of defense here. And you want to see this then hold and then push up. You need to see buyers push into this. And then this is your first real test of supply here. And until you see this become supportive, then you can look up. Until then, this looks choppy here. Or you're looking for a push down and then a pop above again. Or a full fill. Right, I don't know where we go from there. This line becomes very important. This is your fair value gap. Pivot. Oops. Suppy. uh, yeah, I think I'd be looking at something like this. For next week, I didn't even read your full sentence, Jesus Christ. For next week, I don't know. I mean, it really depends on where we close today. I don't really do longer term predictions. I just play off of what people are doing in the market. But this is where you want to be watching to see if buyers defend. This becomes your a pretty major pivot. And this is what you're looking for on a look below. Basically this becoming reoffer here. So you need to see if demand holds, right, at this higher low, or if this on a retest becomes resistance for a push down. Until then, this is your most recent buyer. And we can see them positioned here. So there's really not much. Either you are willing to try here at this low, or you need to wait for this structure repair down into demand here. And you might be able to get another retest of supply here above. Or you can wait for this up above the where we know that there's a seller. But I don't really do longer term stuff. I think it's bid nonsense. Unless you're playing off of like the larger structure. Yeah, I mean, you really won't know what happens until we come in and test this. Either you find acceptance, right, like this, on a push into supply, and then you look for the lower high to let you know that, like, we're going to reject. But regardless, like, this is your first pivot here, right? And until we see a push below this 88.74, then you can look for continuation down. But this is kind of going to be your first area of, like, oh, do we get continuation or not, this pivot at 88.74? Because this can then just lead right back the upside here. Off of this green. And we know that, like, this is resistance here. There's a guy positioned here. I just don't know if they hold or not. All I really care about is, like, on this look below, are we able to recapture this area? Or on this look below, look below here, and then retest. Do we then find resistance? Right? Are these buyers now offsides? And same thing goes for if like we push below, are these sellers, would they be offsides? And then we look for a test and then a push out. Until then, like right now, you're just like very range bound. Here's a link to the chart. Appreciate it, Manly. Honestly, probably in profit loss, but if you want me to see it, then here. But just for like our for the sake of having people's profits and loss as like a testimonial thing, I wish people would post in the P&L and not just in this chat. But I do understand why they do it. So that we actually see it. Yeah, I also agree with you, Ty. It's good for our marketing team though. But I also despise it. And no one uses it. Everyone just posts here. Yeah, I think that like the way that we've been doing it is good. So yeah, you can just post in here, man. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We need to figure out a new system. I can't stand the P&L. Like, look how much our members made. I think that that's... Like, alright, sweet. Nice, man. But I get it, you know, like I really do. I understand why it exists and why the need for it. But like, I'd rather be like, look, another person just got funded. You've now successfully passed a prop firm and you have a solid risk to reward and you're now able to make your own money and it's like, it's real. Congrats. Like that to me is such a better testimonial, which is what we're actually doing. Yeah, no, do whatever you want, man. Do you. I'm just glad that you're having success, and I'm glad you're here. Do you. Yeah, money does suck as a metric. It's because you don't know people's risk, you don't know what they were doing, you don't know what happened, like, you have no clue. That's why I really don't like posting P&L stuff personally, but people ask for it on like a almost daily basis. So I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. But like, you don't know what my risk is, you don't know my account size, you don't know anything. And so like, does it matter? I don't know. But big number. We're continuing to just rotate between these zones, just like we talked about. Nothing has changed. You want to be Do you see, guys? Like nothing, nothing has changed. Like we're just rotating between this, between here and here. This buyer and this seller. Just as we talked about. Pretty boring day. Yeah, isn't that every day? True. True, true, true. That's such a solid album. Yes, I do. It still scares me. I want to even make the Discord thinner than this. I hate having 300 channels. I wish people actually use the education hub. Great job, Izzy. Have a good weekend. Wait, imagine if you guys actually used the forms that I set up, and then we could have one channel, and then a forum. Imagine that. So imagine if in Discord you use this education hub that I set up, and then you asked questions specifically for the sections, and then everything was labeled, and you were able to search by tags that I made. So like you could be like, oh, I want to know, I only am interested in trading psychology, and then I would click that, and then it would bring up the areas that are tagged with trading psychology or risk to reward in trading journal, and then you'd be able to like find exactly what you wanted and come back to it, or like trading advice or Tendy shop. Oh, what do you know? Classroom questions. That's crazy. But instead we have to have 400 channels. True, Sinto. True. Oh, I see. It might. I don't know. See, Horatio, you say that, but is it you who lacks common sense by putting that into a semi-professional space? Questions. We need to redo our smaller levels to better fit with what we've drawn out on this time frame. So give me a second. This was my original ad. Let's see if this 805.75 holds or if this becomes resistant. I'm watching for a pushback above or a retest into it. Either way, I don't care. Oh, nice. So that'll be your first funded account, Manly? Love to see it. Top step in progress. Huge, man. Once you get the certification or whatever over the weekend, if everything goes well into end of day, make sure to DM that to Darian, and he'll give you a discount for passing your eval. Did you just if you don't mind, like, did you find TFC through YouTube or through Twitter? Yep, I saw that one coming, kids. Yeah. Ah, nice. Awesome. Just remember with Apex, you have to be very careful once you get your once you've passed, you have to continue to do the exact same things you've been doing, right? Don't switch it up all of a sudden. Don't add more risk, right? Just stay consistent. Consistency is what's going to get you paid. Because I think they have like a decent period where you have to like consistently make money after you get funded. And a lot of people screw it up there because all of a sudden they think that they're like, yeah, something's changed. Like, no, the way you got there is by being consistently good. Now's not the time to YOLO. Don't change the mental. Compounding. Yes, yeah, that's perfect. And if you have like, if you're struggling at any point, just let us know. Because it can be a huge mental roadblock going from like paper, right, as you're trying to get funded, and then actually becoming funded is like it shouldn't be a difference, right? But like mentally, it can be incredibly draining all of a sudden, feeling like you need to be doing more, or like that there's more like of a stress. I'm probably wording this poorly, but like you'll know what I'm talking about once you actually start trading it. And if you start to feel that way, right, just like you can come to us as a like, hey, I'm fucking up before you blow up. We would be more than happy to help you with your psychology. You guys want to know something crazy? Do you remember when we were giving out those lifetime plans, and then they would like, we're not giving out, they were like the limited slot lifetime plans for TFC, and then they offered inside of it the one-on-ones? Not a single person asked to do a one-on-one with me. And we filled all of those slots. Just don't get it. That's okay, kids. Understandable. You'd really need to see a seller step in here to slap this thing down for me to not think that this is potential bottoming. How much time do we have left on the 6 minutes until the new 30? Potentially. We'll see what happens here into Russell ADR. If we can push above and find acceptance, then I think that this has room. My concern is that we might need to do one of these first before the pop. If the Russell rejects at ADR here. And that would just be a fill of this imbalance here. And the pop-up. But we'll see. I don't know. When deltas start to flatten out like this, and I start to see higher lows, it gets interesting. I get a bit excited for a potential bottoming. It's the whole wide world. Wow. I'm risking off 1 here into 10s. Until we get over 10s, that's my risk off. The delta kind of like holding there and us being able to bounce just right at our previous entry was solid. But I need to see us push over this 10 for me to be comfortable for any sort of continuation, or this will most likely just rotate back. We have our POC shift above, so if we can't get back over like this, right, then we look for probably a rotation down. Excuse me. Okay, I need to mute. Jesus. All right, sorry about that. That position's kind of weird. It seems like so she's just buying deep in the money options to give her basically like an equity position, but the premium on that's got to be insane. It's interesting. It just looks like an equity replacement position. So I don't know like how reliable it is. I mean, she definitely thinks it's going up, but on time of exercise, she'll just exercise at the on expiration. It's cheaper than actually buying the shares herself at the time with technically less risk. But the premium that she's paying for that deep in the money is a bit absurd. Deltas are still holding up, but if I had to guess, we probably are headed down to that 802. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know how choppy it's going to be. I'm not positioned for it. I risked off into 810 on the long side. But if I, like, just structurally, I think that makes the most sense. This is where we are right now. Here, right, in this path. Like, if we continue to reject 810 and build, then that can lead to further downside. But basically, we just have shifted our oscillation between this box to now between this box, right? I think that coming down to fix this gap, right, this is kind of like our magnet, makes the most sense. I just don't know how long it's going to take to get there.
Hello, everybody.
Yo. Back to our 10s here, just holding, bouncing between 808 and 810. I mean, nothing's changed. The ideal situation for me would be just a much more aggressive look above here, and then a seller stepping in, and that would be where you'd want to get in on a pushback. Like, I just want to see these lower highs maintained. If you're going to do that, right? Like, we can see from our previous sells, right? We're channeling down, but it is a very slow, choppy at the lows, aggressive pop, and then aggressive sell off after at the highs edges. But like at the lows, like we just kind of like chop for a bit, and then we get the move back, and then we get the push down, and then we get the move back. So like if you're following that same logic, this 802 area makes sense for the next area of chop if we fail to break here. Just as like just looking at structure, but we'll see. But the same logic would apply if the seller is still in control. I don't know. Until we can breach back over that seller offer at 1450, like I just don't care. I do not care. There's only so many times I can trade this range.
You can do it for another 3 hours. I believe in you.
Well, I'm good. You can do it for another 3 hours.
I will not be doing it for another 3 hours.
You can do it for you know, that's all you, bud. Yeah, I am going to go grab some allergy medicine though, regardless of what happens right now. So Mario's got it,
I have it.
I believe.
Sometimes.
Nope, nope, you got it.
Hello, friends.
Okay, let me just mark my charts on auto.
Huge adaptations.
Why is Delta just okay? There we go. I have adapted. Yeah, you're gonna prove that one to me, Horatio. The name change doesn't change anything.
He's just semi-professional, you know?
Huge name change. Uh, yeah, but again, like until these lower highs break and we start to see some sort of delta divergence as well, like you just stick with this guy down here. I think that you can definitely come up to retest this 16 and see if the seller is still here. But until I see a push below 805s and then go for that liquidity at 802, it's just kind of a rough area to try. Unless you got in down there at that 575, 550 area. Which is where we were looking at longs and then risked off in day 10s. So, okay, I'll be back. Mario's got it.
That sounds like a you issue, Varg. You only need to make $5, right? Has today felt pretty slow, kind of like how it's now, or was it quicker in the morning? Quicker before. Liquidity's pretty dried up. See if it comes in or if everyone just leaves office in the afternoon. Oh, there's all the liquidity. You're seeing buyers be willing here to push into 12. Not huge size. Still top of range. But there is a little attempt here.
Sup, Rory?
Got an eye on Russell here into 64. So the NQ has this wick up through like 15. And ES back into 15 as well. There is larger liquidity offered up here. Little look above. Failure to hold established bids above 12 should probably see a lower low out of this range. After this grab back up. If buyers, like I said, cannot establish value back here, should see a pretty hard rollover. Burst us down, tolls were able to hold bids there. Sellers on ES still quite eager in this area. Well, can't say bid. ES will look back. VWAP, daily open. NQ basically still holding retest as well as Russell here. Russell cleared over these wicks into just shy of our 265. Over 264. Hopefully NQES still in this range. Bid is still attempting to step up here. Sell side liquidity still decently stacked onto the ask. If we get through 12 here, hold it offer. That's going to be my main kind of signal that buyers have slowed down a little bit. If we continue to hold, I'll keep looking for oscillations. And a cleaner test into this upper node on ES. And Q still is not traded into the upper node.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to make you aware, we will be closing the service early today in observation of the Christmas holiday. Do hope you have a great Christmas weekend and the Christmas day, of course, to anyone who observes it. Again, thanks again for joining us this year, and we'll be back service as normal on December 26th. Good evening.
Goodbye. How do I look at days? I mean, the process is exactly the same as what is taught, right? What is the first thing I generally post when I get on? Well, more detail. Yeah, I look at the higher time frame structure, and then I establish where we're trading, and then I look at my intraday structure, and then I wait for a node. Then I trade the node. That answer your question adequately, Ty? I mean, like, nothing changes depending on when, like, you're trading. It shouldn't, at least. If it does, that's a playbooking issue. No, not today. They'll be open, but there won't be much participation. Like, even to add on to that, Ty, like, when you say come in quote-unquote late, like, I feel like it's a better time, because now I have structure to play off of, instead of sitting here waiting for structure to form. Just come once it's formed. This is the first NQ peek into our upper node. Bid stepping here into 14.5. There's still two-sided trading occurring here. Microsoft here into value high. Apple cleared through an LVN, view up above. You're gonna need like pretty strong buyer here on ES to clear out some of the sell side. $16.5 is POC of this upper node. We start to see the bid weaken or sellers step in. 12 is still main look. Halfway back, test here. Check the mail. I have not gotten anything yet. It has been acquired. Apple retesting POC of primary node below. POC has shifted on Microsoft, but still struggling value high. Still on ES, I'm more interested in this 12. NQ structure is pretty much just balanced now. We filled in most of that LVN, but test down into 10 here. Should coincide with a 12 test on ES if we get it. This pattern that we've traded in over the last like 15 minutes is much more of like kind of a flag. But you do have tick under 0. So if you pop up and get tick over 0, you can probably look up on ES into that 16.5 and NQ into like 20s. But I would not be surprised if we test into 12 liquidity first.
Kathy Wood of ARK believes deflation is likely in the coming year. Expects aggressive interest rate cuts by Fed, CNBC interview.
The human robot left and replaced with the robot. This is that first pop. But yeah, now I can trade down into past kind of the node below. We're able to hold node edge. Bottom of range. Still more interested in a look into node below. Russell trading into edge, LVN here. We'll see if we even get another setup today. Here is 12s. Anywhere down through 11.5 in these FVGs. Going to be where you want to see some buyers if we're going to hold and trade back into the upper structure.
Hello.
What is up?
I think this is where we see if sellers are serious or not. 500 test on tick. This is an attempt to get back above this little accumulation that I marked, short-term buying positioning. So you'd want to see buyers like step in here to try to hold this. If not, then this is where you expect like the lower high from sellers. With Russell coming back up to its pivot, so let's see if I close my runner here or not. Or break even. I'd love to see continuation down, but you know, let's see. Tier 0 test tick off of that negative 5. Oh, sorry, off of that positive 500 rejection. Like, you want to see 12s basically defended if you're bullish. I don't think you want it lower than that. I'd like to be able to close this out at like 9. 809. This is so slow though. Holy. If I was a buyer, I wouldn't want this to be like, again, this 12, like 1175 12. I wouldn't want to lose it. I'd want to keep the higher low. It's the edge of your FEG that's there, so makes sense. I wish TradingView had like a default setting for layouts that looked like this, and I didn't have to modify mine. Or I could have like the under indicators to the left of a chart and not underneath it actually. I think this looks so much cleaner. Like this. Doesn't this just, I don't know. I feel like that looks super clean. Just having like tick and then delta on the left. Instead I have to have 3 ES charts to do that. Might go anywhere for Christmas? To bed, man.
Merry Christmas to me.
Yeah, that's about it. I've got some family coming into town that I'm being forced to socialize with. That's it, though. What about you? Some family coming in from Florida, and Colorado, and New York. Eat some Chinese food. Yeah, Horatio's coming in. His flight comes in tonight.
It's true. He even brought his dishes.
straight shooter will be there. James talking about crypto. It'll be big.
Huge.
Yeah. A mini mall to the tree.
That sounds like the perfect CJ Christmas to me. Sounds right on brand.
Christmas tree's overrated, man. I don't know. I think that it has some novelty at like a beginning of a relationship or like when your kids are younger, but then it's just a bother. It's such a bother.
Just get cats, then you can't have a tree. Easy
Yeah.
fix.
Ugh.
It says ES looking at FVG that VWAP's on. A couple ticks above VWAP here. And Q back towards daily open. Russell's holding this upper structure though.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. But we're getting my 809, so I don't care.
True.
Okay, there it is. See if on this Russell move, if we get continuation under 62.1, or if this will be our pivot as before. ES into VWAP and NQ into the POC shift. I am out until I see a look below. Crazy. That is not just a CJ case. That is... Enduring is the great word. It's a great word to describe family. Ugh. Like 19 cousins that are all just like getting into college and just graduated high school. So it's just it's something. There's no way my dad's girlfriend is coming to our Christmas. He would get roasted by our family. Do they know? Yeah, via like Instagram or something probably. They're a bunch of gossipers. Just to gossip, yeah. This is your next risk off into 807. Just be careful as we come down here. This should kind of give us an idea if we're just going to rotate back up again as we come down into it. That's basically your value low and your POC shift from this previous push. So either buyers are still present here, or I'll be looking for a push down to 802, which was our target from earlier. This is NQ into VWAP and opening range low as a reference point as we come down into it on ES. So basically what I'm going to be watching for, let me just path it out. Into this, do we then see a push back up, and then our seller's positioned here for continuation down, right? And what I want to see is a push into 802, this area. But what could happen is that this just fully rotates back up to the highs. So, something to be aware of. Russell potentially attempting a bottom here with the higher deltas, but I don't know. Just gonna wait. Let's give it a sec. See if we find acceptance below VWAP on NQ. $802 blessed. So this is your first like real test of structure now at this 802 to 799. Either we find buy side here or we look for 96s for the full fill, and then that's where you look to go long, in my opinion. So let's just watch our reaction at 802, see if the Russell finds a low. We got our tick extreme into -1000, into our target. Now we wait to see if that was enough of a move for a push back up, or if we'll go for that secondary fail into 93 to 96. For your Deepak zone, why at 815? Is that just a broad zone at 815?
That was the POC
Oh, yeah.
before we put in this lower distribution.
It was also value low to POC. I marked that. Value low to POC. Of just in the fixed range. So it's our POC, and then it's also just value low. It's our node edge. I don't think he's in Discord. But here, I'll show what Mario just posted so that you have it as a reference. It's our edge. Yep. And like on our smaller time frame chart, we had this. Where even is it? We just marked this area as watch for sell side liquidity here. 1450 to that 1625 for push down. And then we marked this as our potential pullback buyer here at 802 to 799.50. Yeah, delete that actually. So this is the 3 pane that I have shared. Crazy. And then I've just been working on this one to keep it clean structurally for stream. I would like to see a move down into this. That would be the ideal scenario if this doesn't hold. Need to see if buyers are willing to hold this like 802 area. But if we can't get back over, then we look for this full push down. We actually need to change that. Is it so hard to select something?
Do I ever eat fillets? What kind of fillets? The answer is yes. If it's animal protein, I'm eating it, but... So I guess it really doesn't matter. But yes. Yes. I don't eat them often, though. Sometimes. Like, usually if I'll just, like, eat a full tenderloin instead of just a fillet, but... Yeah, around this time of year, I should be eating walleye fillets, but... It is, like, 50 degrees. I think this might be my first Christmas with no snow ever. Treaty oak. If I can find it, I'll give it a shot. Interesting. I think I've heard of these guys. You're Houston area, right? San Antonio. Okay, okay. Yeah, cause there's in Austin, Crowded Barrel. Their stuff's pretty cool. You look at this website. I think I've tried. Yeah. This 96 on ES 97 is our weekly POC. You have imbalance filled down through 96. So leave some weakness in tech here. Microsoft trading into this open wick. Russell finally getting that weakness. Last week's high is 47.90. So there's some Globex structure there as well. If sellers continue to kind of run the show here over the next hour or so. That was me yesterday with my calls. I sold them when we slowed down middle of the day. Like, I should just held these things.
Closing some longs here into 799. Got our target. Now we have to see if we reject at 800s. Two left. Break even stop. Zero test tick. Again, I am mostly risked off here into that 800. Just break even on my last two contracts. Took 3 off. Really confident in there. Need to see NQ get back over 62s though if you want any more upside. Same with that 99.50 on ES. This is your first Russell attempt on a look above VWAP. So to see if it's supportive now on retest. What is going on with my sinuses? Jesus. Can't breathe.
That was like me on, what was it, this Monday?
Yeah.
Like, weird.
Stopped on runners. See if we get another bid or if it pushes below. I don't really care either way.
a pretty important area for Tesla, as well as Nvidia.
That's, yeah, I just took that. Basically. I just took Zyrtec, but they had that at the store. It wasn't over the counter. Where I am, at least. They just had it on the shelf. Zeisel? I saw it.
Huge Zeisel enjoyer.
Yeah. But we're also like the fentanyl capital of the world, so maybe it's just like an Ohio special that it's not over. You know?
Oh boy.
This is your next pivot, and it's like 89 area. You want to see 92s reject sell side, you want to basically defend 92, I think. If you want more. We can switch over to the 3-pane again. Pretty confident in the levels on the 3-pane here. No, they have it. I can just go get it. I saw it right next to Zyrtec. I had never heard of that brand before. I can go pick some up. The allergy medicine is so expensive. I got like, what is this? 14 tablets for like 20 bucks. Actual highway robbery. Usually Claritin's though that does absolutely nothing for me. Zyrtec does so little. 92 rejection, offer held, by the way, on ES.
Supreme Court denies expedited review of Trump immunity battle.
Okay. You have Globex low at 85.25, so I just look there. Then below that we have an imbalance that can be filled. It might be done for the day, guys. I don't know.
I'll sit here and still call stuff, but I probably won't take any more trades, especially after this move. We were able to squeak out a lot on a pre-holiday day, honestly, so.
I'm just not feeling all that great. We called the little tie, right? Like we got the short at the 1450. So I don't know. It's more than I was expecting for the last hour, to be honest.
Yeah, way more.
Russell doesn't look like it's done selling, just an FYI. I would be careful trying to long here. I think Russell wants more, but we'll see. Russell just looks incredibly weak. Oof. What a long day. Globex slow test on ES. If there's like zero reaction here, I would just look for ADRs below, to be honest. Like if you don't see a pretty significant attempt to hold the ETH low on NQ and ES. On a little look below. I would say 860 is probably your buyer defense on NQ. And like 7250 on ES. 7250 to like 71. Oh, Jesus. What is this?
I love Cheez-Its.
Jesus.
Top tier snack.
This is... I can't even... I don't know what this meme is. Is this a boomer meme? Is this a... What kind of... What... Is this racist? Is this... What is this?
I think the answer is yes. It is.
Like, I just don't know what it is. But I appreciate it. I like that they added the Facebook shout out as well as all 10 pixels. Have a good weekend, Flex. So far, they're attempting at ETH low, which is nice to see, but you need to see a push over 92s here for me to believe in it. Or that you just, like, it doesn't mean anything. I need to see a push and hold above 92 on ES. For like 34s on NQ, I think. So when I say that, if you bought ETH low, this is your first risk off into 30, 34 on NQ and into 92 on ES. Don't be an idiot. Because we need the Russell to get back over Globex high at 49.6. And we expect sellers to be positioned here across the board until we see a push above and acceptance. My brain is too foggy. Holy. I think I've won 90% of our 1v1s across every game. That's a quote.
It's a true story too.
Yeah. Yep. This first account you posted isn't a bad deal.
No, I thought that as well. There's actually some that aren't horrible.
What primes do they have? I mean, they've got Mesa, Rhino, Saren. Yeah, I mean, those are like your top tier ones. The Tiana is not bad either. They're all like shooty, very Destiny-esque. Okay. I mean, it's a lot better than what you would get with $142 in game. That's for sure. I think that the move actually is to just find an account that has like a couple primes but not too much content done and just enough of the main story so that you can like do whatever you want farming wise. Like where my account is at is probably like perfect because I haven't like that leaves a lot of room to still play the game, but I'm not like stuck at the absolute beginning, so that's probably a slog. Sure, look above 92s. Here's your looking at 34s on NQ. Need to see a strong bid to try to hold this 92 on ES. Wish they gave a bit more detail. Because this like looks good, but like the max level stuff doesn't mean anything. I need to see. So the way how the game works is every time you want, you can. Shit, how do I explain this? You can get to max level on your character on your frame in like 30 minutes. But you then respec repeatedly to make your character stronger. So every time that you add a slot, it's called like a forma, you then go back down to level 0, but with increased stats potential. So then you re-rank that again, and then you continue to do that, and it's like basically like honing a sword, right? Like yeah. So like that doesn't really mean much unless I knew how many times they've like 4-mud each frame, because you can get to 30 in seconds. But the primes, having them themselves, that's like a week of content on each one of those, probably. Unless they swiped for them. So far, buyers defending that 92 really well on in the 34 on NQ. You just see the Russell be able to push over view up, or this won't matter. This will just be the high, regardless. Might get like one less drift up on ES and NQ into our next pivots, but just watch as the Russell attempts the high of this FEG at 56 to 54, basically, just VWAP. Like, just be very careful here. It's blue box. Again, I'm not in this position. I am done. I am done.
This is full of all retrace. It's wild with that move. If all puts in a lower low, I'd expect us to trade back towards daily open or else.
True, Rory. Very true. Mm-hmm. 53.
Microsoft back to VWAP, UVXY back to lows. So if these can push over, I would expect a little bit more on these indices. Russell held VWAP there.
Yeah. It's gonna be like a VWAP opening range low test for NQ and EOS, I think. Oh. Are you cool if I dip?
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, I'm gonna go lay down.
I honestly probably won't even say much for the rest of the day, especially like after these two rotations. Like,
Yeah.
everyone should honestly go enjoy their holidays. Get out of here.
God.
Most dead, honestly.
I am glad. Yeah, there's just no point if I'm not like actually trading. Just sit here and watch this with bloodshot eyes.
Yep.
Like, what am I doing? Here's your... Here's final PNL for the day. I really didn't trade much. Pretty light. But we did it. We did the thing.
Dallas Fed trims mean PCE price index up 1.5% year-on-year in November versus October's 2.7% gain.
All right.
Goodbye, friend.
Bye. I'm sure I will talk to you later. It's still early here. Yeah, sorry, man. I'm not feeling well, and I've been on since open, so I'm gonna let Mario handle the Discord for the rest of the day, and then I'm gonna go get some rest, because if I don't have a clear brain, I'm not gonna trade. It's just one of my rules. I'll take the profit that I made today and go and chill. You guys have a good break, and I will catch you later. Alright. Merry Christmas if I don't talk to you guys before that.